Hello, hello. This is Mary at the.meri.atelier, and this is Sunday, October 3rd. Yeah, welcome to my desk. All my artsy, crafty friends, welcome to my desk. We are working on Inktober and more in my art journal. I got out some more FW inks. Yeah. I don't know if I got a black out though. Oh, I did find these. This is a set of neutrals. I've had them setting up there. In fact, they're kind of need to be all shaken up. Shake it, shake it. These are FWs. This is, says it's red. Shimmering red. Maybe these aren't neutrals. It says it's shimmering red. I guess it's turning red the more I shake it. Maybe this is a metallic set. This says shimmering red. It looks white to me. But I've had these for a while, so I might have to really shake these up. This one says shimmering green. Shimmering green. It looks white. I guess the shimmer. And I'm not so sure that it isn't picking up what's the color of my... That's interesting. These are shimmering colors. This one is, I bet it's shimmering blue. Doesn't say. Blue iridescent. This is iridescent. So I think it has to be, I have to try these. This is black. This is black. So I'm going to keep this out. This is velvet. This might be a shimmering, because it says it's a shimmering set. But boy, I'll tell you, those are really light. This is another light one. This looks like it might be yellow. ORO. Dorado, shimmering gold. Shimmering gold. Hello, everybody who's watching and who's coming in. Welcome. Hi, Arlene. Just dropping by for a minute or two. Okay, Arlene, that's fine. I perfectly understand. I'll bet these will look pretty on black. I don't think I put any black paper in my... This looks a little more gold to me than... This is red, but this is shimmer, so it probably takes... That's interesting. And this is supposed to be... Well, this is red. This is... Oh, this is supposed to be blue. It says shimmering blue. I guess I can see the shimmer, the blue shimmer. I think what's happening is on the back and on the sides here, some of the shimmer has caught onto it. And if I tip it a certain way, I can see the color. Interesting to see how those will work. I don't think I want to use my shimmer for, although I might swatch them and see what happens, but we're going to get the black and the purple, I think might be okay to use. Okay. Hi, Ruth Lamb. Welcome, welcome. Hi, Kathy D. Hi, Vanessa. Welcome. Hi, Brenda D. Did you all see my part 6? Oh, I worked in my studio this afternoon. Actually, I was inspired by Lisa. If you haven't watched Lisa's channel yet, Lisa My Eclectic Life, you'll want to drop in and visit her. She showed where she cleaned up a corner in her living room. Lisa does a lot of spinning and weaving. She's really talented that way. So you might want to drop by and see what she's up to as far as her studio cleanup. So, yeah, and I was watching her this afternoon and said, Mary, you better get busy. I'm going to put Penelope over to the side here. So I worked a lot in it today, and I'm making really good progress. I just don't feel like things are creeping up on me anymore. Hi, Brenda D. Did I say hello to you? And Kathy D. You watched it, Kathy? Yay. Well, I was planning on working more on my, do I have it upside down? No. Inktober. I don't think I'm going to color her, but what I think I want to do is expand out her a little bit more, and I think I'm just going to draw her shoes and socks in a big picture over on this other side here. Her shoes and socks, because she's kind of a, and the gals in my stream the other day, I hope I don't knock these off. The gals in my stream the other day reminded me that her name is Punky Brewster, who wore those different colors of socks. But I'm going to give her saddle shoes. And let's see, what do I want here? I had a Sharpie pin out. Did I take that away? No. So we're going to, and I'm going to continue my roses here, which really aren't the best. So I'm going to continue those on my page here, but we're going to draw the saddle shoes first. And then that will be for day 2. I need to catch up for day 2 and 3 here. So I'm going to start out by doing that, and maybe I'll zoom in a little so you guys can see it. Welcome to folks that are watching and are coming in to chat. Glad to have you join us. There, I'm going to concentrate on the shoes right in this area, and I'll have some text here, and maybe I'll just, I don't know about the rose. I want roses. I'll have to see what I want to do down in the corner. I might do something else down there, but let me go out and to my browser. And let me just, oh, I already have some up. I want to get an image of some saddle shoes. I think I'll pick these. These are perfect. And I'm just going to sketch them really fast. And I'm using a Sharpie pen, a black Sharpie. Let's see. Now I'm just using an image off of Google, but I don't think the person that I'm looking at will mind if I hope not. They'll never know. They'll never know I looked at their photo because it looked so much unlike their photo. Now I want her socks in there too. So I'm just going to imagine a pair of socks that maybe are writing down, you know, Punky Brewster's socks. And she's got a, let's see, there's a bit of a shoe coming this way, and then the other shoe comes, and I'm going to try to make this more sketchy than cartoonish. I don't want this to be so cartoonish. This one over here was almost looks like a color book page, and I kind of want to get away from that, but I might not. Now, they've got the stitching all along here, and let's just make her sock kind of, you know, fall down, and let's give it some ribbing. And I'm just imagining the ribbing here. I'm just imagining the ribbing. So it may look cartoonish after all. And then in here, now she's going to have socks on here though, so I may not have a very big line. I want her socks to show. Oh. And then it's going to have a shoelace here. And one here. Might run off over onto the other page. Oh, Mary, you made them too big. You didn't stop and work out the composition. That's okay. I might just stop. We'll see. And then this one will come up. The tongue of the shoe comes up this way, but I want a sock in there. Now, do I want colored though? I think I do. We'll just put a few little knit things in here, and let's make them polka dotted, just for the fun of it, on this one. Because Punky Brewster wore different pattern socks. So this is my imagination of Ruby Rose's socks and saddle shoes. All right, so it comes down this way and up this way. Now, I'm not sure whether I want to extend this shoe over. Let's finish this one. So this foot would actually come into here and go up this way. I can see I'm already gonna be out of perspective here. Oh well. Let's see. Something like, and then the shoe comes around this way, and it has the tongue. Or was I making that the tongue? No. Let's do some shoelaces. I'm kind of out of perspective here, but I kind of know where I'm going with it. And there's and then this comes down like that. Maybe not so much. This shoe is bigger. What's going on here? Hi, Rhonda. Welcome. Hi, Julie. Hi, Cheryl. Welcome, everybody. Hi, Rachel. Rachel says, hello, Mary. Lovely wandering through your craft room reorg project. You're making great progress. I made a lot of progress. I made a lot of progress today. I was serious about it today. I'm really happy about it. What I'm really happy about is getting all those sacks. I had all those sacks all stacked up. So I've already gotten rid of my corner that I was going to do here on every page. Oops. Oops. I might put something down in here. I want this part for writing. But I'm just playing. To tell you the truth, I'm just kind of playing. And we're telling the story of Little Ruby Rose, our most recent Phibbsville character. Now that tongue needs to come under here. Get it right here. I'll have to paint some of this out. So the tongue of the shoe will come down under here. And this will come here. Like so. It needs another one. Yeah, and you know, you find all these things that you were going to work on. Oh, yeah. And you get distracted by everything that you find. I do anyway. And I want to stop and work on them. All right, we'll make this one come out this way a little. This is an awfully big shoe, but I want them to be big because I want to detail them. So the sole of the shoe comes down kind of like so. And this piece comes this way and goes back around like that. Something like that. Oh, that's a big shoe. Well, they're exaggerated big so that maybe I'll just end this right in here, kind of. I just leave it off and make this a little shorter, like that. Now I'm kind of happy with that. And then it's got a sole here. That'll come up and around, sort of like that. And I don't know what that line is. I think I goofed it. That's her rebellious line. I'm going to put another line there. All right, I think I'm happy. This will come off this way, like that. Maybe I'll make that a little shorter and make this a little round in there. Something like that. So I can fit it all on one page. And then these need some. And her sock, I think I'm going to make diamonds here, because there'll be mismatched socks. Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Now, the ones I'm looking at, this part is pink. I don't know. She's got, on her dress, I haven't colored her dress in, but she's Ruby Rose. She's got red flowers, red roses. I'm thinking I'm going to make this part red. And maybe pink shoelaces or blue shoelaces might be fun, or purple shoelaces. I like the idea of purple shoelaces, if I can get that in there. So we got little stitches in here. And I'm just drawing little rectangles for the stitches. You know, a lot of this you just kind of have to pull out of your imagination. Like these stitches do not look like this at all on the shoe that I'm looking at. In fact, it's got a double row, or maybe I'll make a skinnier double row. Yeah. And this is really just me having fun. I cut some articles out of the newspaper yesterday I wanted to read, and I left them in the other room. But one of them was a little cartoon, and it was so cute because a little family was seated around a table in their own house. And underneath the caption said, "We feel like we're in a restaurant. There are Crayolas on the floor." You know how sometimes you go to the restaurant and they give kids the Crayola box to color and things get tossed around on the floor. Kind of a cute little cartoon. I cut it out. Now this one has two, but the one going up this way only has one. So I'll just put a long one there. And they're stitching all the way around here. Maybe I'll put and those stitches are closer together. So I'm going to put them in here where this border is that I didn't know what to do with. After all, this is a gnome shoe. It doesn't look anything like a human shoe. Well, you know what I mean. It doesn't have to look perfect. I'll go back out and look at chat. Mary, so good of Tom to give you all of his spare shipping boxes. Yeah, he used to sell those model airplanes. But after his significant other died, he's not very computer. He doesn't like to get on it a lot. And she did a lot of that for him. And I could do it, but he's just kind of lost his oomph to do all that. And those boxes were just sitting upstairs. In fact, I had asked him to get me some at the post office the next time he went. And he says, "Well, I got some upstairs that you can use." So now these are going to be diamond in here. Let's see. And I'm just going to ink these out. I'll have stray lines in here, but this is still part of the sock. And I think I'm going to make it striped here. And I'll make these kind of with those knit rows. And I think I'll make it come, I think I'll make the knit curve this way and this way, like that. And this will be kind of and I'm not going to put her legs in there. I'm just going to have the socks. So, this shoe, this sock is going to kind of fall over this shoe here. And this will come maybe more diamonds kind of coming out. Like, yeah. And then the tongue of the shoe is here. Oh, for a little bit I went into fast forward on my screen. I'm not sure what happened. That's interesting. Hi, Angie. That was some stream yesterday, wasn't it? Keisha's sale. I was at her sale yesterday. Probably should have stayed away. I probably should have stayed away. I probably spent more than I intended to, but I always get things I enjoy from Keisha's auctions. Let's see, what did I get? I got playing cards, some black and white photos, and I kept begging. She says, what shall we do now? What shall we do now? And I'm going, do the French postcards, do the French postcards. And she was selling stamps. She sold a lot of her own stamps that she'd gotten from a collector. And I bought stamps, but I was getting tired of stamps. I wanted her to do the French postcards. So I begged and begged and begged for the French postcards. So finally she did them. And I didn't have any lag time while I was buying the stamps. But the very minute that we really didn't bid, but the very minute that the French postcards came up, I started lagging. And that frustrated me. I got a little pouty then. But I did get some, but you know, it was not my first choice, and you know, boo-hoo, Mary, boo-hoo, Mary. But I was happy in the end. It was all worked out. These are some socks. Let me tell you, these are some socks. All right. I'm pretty happy with that. Let me go back and look at the photo one more time here. And I'm just getting inspiration from the photo. Let's see, this kind of comes down this way. There's just nothing but dark there. Oh, I was doing that. It does have stitching in here, so I'm just kind of draw those. And this is all brown. I'm going to make this part of it red, and maybe make this actually has stitching in it here, but I'm just going to make that red. And I'm going to make the tongue of the shoe red, although it's not, but maybe I won't. That needs to be, this part of the shoe is white. Maybe what I should do is make her shoe red and this part white and put red threads. I think that's what I'll do. This does not have to look like a real saddle loafer. And I'm kind of run out of space here, but I don't want to. We'll just imagine that. Well, I could make it come over there, I guess. It's kind of hard to draw it that way. I guess it would end here. Ignore that line. Just ignore that line. Let's see. And let's make some little knit lines here. And maybe a one in there, one there. Now this is just me playing. I wouldn't say that a real sock looked like this. No, no, no. It's just Mary playing. But that's all you have to do when you do journaling. And it's called Inktober because you're supposed to draw everything in ink. And I'm kind of following Dee Dee what she's doing on for her Inktober. She's doing calligraphy. All right. If I make that red, I think what I'll do is I still want some leaves in here. So I think I'm going to bring a leaf this way, and let's just continue with the maple leaf thing because it's easy. Oh, and I want to write there, so I'm just going to put Ruby Rose's saddle shoes. And let's see, let's make another leaf. Let's bring it out this way. And maybe this way. I'm kind of happy with that. So, let me come back into chat. All I have to drink tonight is a glass of water. Hi, Deborah Mayo. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you here, Deborah. Deborah sent me one of the first Happy Mail boxes that I got down here. And I looked at it and I was so amazed when I opened it. I said, it's a studio in a box. It's a studio in a box. And it was. And I'm still using out of that box of art supplies that Deborah Mayo sent me. And then it's supposed to be another maple leaf. Oh, dear me. Now, we'll put maybe some tiny ones in here. And obviously, she doesn't have her feet in these shoes. These are just, she kicked off her shoes and the socks came off too. And if you want to know the story so far, you have to listen to last Friday night's stream. Was it last Friday night? No, it wasn't Friday night. It was the week before Friday night. So last Friday night was the first. It would have been the Friday before that. We told the story of Ruby Rose. And then Friday night I did this one. I didn't sign this. Let me sign it. October 1, 2021. So this is really day one of, where am I going to put Inktober? Hashtag Inktober 2021. All right. So all I'm doing today is expanding her shoes. And I'm going to write down in here. So this space is going to be blank. And I think I'm going to make her shoes this pretty red in here. And she's going to have, I think, blue. I could make it green, but it looked like Christmas. So the saddle shoe part, she's not going to have white and black shoes. She's going to have red and blue. Or maybe red and violet. I've got a violet Lune, Lune. I can't read the print so tiny on these. And this is some sort of a red. I've inked it out. All right. So let me get a piece of wax paper out because that's what I use for my red and brown. Yeah, I could do red and brown, but I don't think I have brown out. This is black. What's this? That's blue. I kind of like, let's see if I have a brown. I don't think I have a brown out, Angie, and I want to use ink. Let me see if I have a brown over on my, in my tray over here. Let me see what I have. I got silver and red. No. Is this a brown? And that's black. No. I don't have a brown out. I'd have to dig for the rest of them, which I need to do, but I don't want to do that right now. I could make them red and black. I could mix a brown with red and green and see what kind of a brown I get. That would be fun to do. Let's do the red first, and maybe I'll try mixing a brown. And Susan will go, I'm sitting here looking for my wax paper, and Susan will go, how far do you have to look, Mary? You've got all these packages of wax paper, but they get tossed under stuff. Let's do the red first, and usually this part is white. And on the picture I'm looking at, the saddle part is pink, but that's what I'm going to make a different color. Hi, Barbara Clark. Good to see you. I'm working on my Inktober, Barbara. And I've already drawn it, so that's the Inktober part. I'm going to paint it. I'm going to paint it. Let's get out some brushes. There's a brush I was using the other day, and this one. And I might have to look for my other brushes here. I pushed them aside. We'll pull out. I'm always buying these those said watercolor brushes, but I think if they work for watercolor, they'll work for ink. And let's use these first. I think this one to do that. And get this stuff out of the way. A pair of glasses. My ink pens, I don't want to lose those. Hi, Violet. Hi, Holly Darlton. Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right, we're going to do this pretty red color for the body of the shoe. And let me get a towel out. Uh-oh, what did Mary do with her towels? That's what got pushed under by this file cabinet. I didn't think I had any other stuff behind there. I couldn't figure out what was behind there while I was filming. It was my towels. It was my towels. Yeah, I'm real happy with the progress of my room. Now, these shoes may change color throughout the story. They may change color. And I think I can still see the lines behind this. So when I want to go and put in the stitching lines, I'll be able to see them. So the shoe is going to come up this way. Now I can see somebody called Ruby Rose having a red shoe, even if they are saddle Oxfords. Can't you? And I think I'll leave this part here a little, maybe add a little water to that to thin it out a little. As it's kind of scuffed. Like that, maybe. I don't want to add too much water. And let's see, down in here, because this is Inktober, this doesn't have to be, and I am using inks to do this with. I'm just not using a drawing pencil to do the, apply the red. Now this in here is part of her shoe, part of the side of the shoe. Like that. And maybe just a little there. And now, the tongue of the shoe should be, I believe, the same color as the leather itself. So I am going to do that. Like that. That makes sense to me. And it's got another tongue up in here that I kind of messed up. Yeah, because I'm going across 2 pages here, that's going to make a difference in how this looks here. All right, I'm kind of happy with that. Now, let's see if I can mix some brown. We'll try it on the soles of the shoe first. And I'm going to try some red. Sometimes it depends on your pigments. Sometimes red and green will make a dull gray color. Let's see what red and green should make brown. But we'll see. We'll mix some of this and see what happens. Well, my squeegee isn't getting ink in the tube here because it's clogged up. Let's see if I can clean that out with a Penelope pen. I'll wipe my pen off before I give it back to Penelope. I might have to clip that a little with scissors. I think my... Oh yeah, that worked. Just needed, it was clogged up. So let's mix a little red and green and see what I get. Red green. Oh, that's a pretty brown. All right, Angie, we got brown. We've got brown. Now, I might go back and make the sole of her shoe a black color because I want to bring this up in here and make that brown. So let's mix some more brown here. And I'll go back in, and I might have to use my whiteout pen because I'm not sure when I put those stitches in there. When I put the stitches in there, I need something to show up. Oh, I'm kind of happy that I was able to mix a good brown. And it's a different color brown depending on how much red or brown you get in it at the time. So my browns may have some different colors in there. And these are Ruby Rose's saddle Oxfords, saddle shoes. Our little Phibbsville gnome girl. Now I have to keep reminding YouTube and Google that this is not a children's video. This is an adult video. For adults only. In fact, if I look at my audience who watches my videos, I don't have any young people watching my videos. It's mostly 45, 23, some 23 to 35 up in there, but mostly retired people, 45 plus, my audience, which is okay with me. I don't mind. My age group. It's funny how they find me by age. I think YouTube might have a little bit to do with that. They figure out how old you are, and now I'm not saying they do, but it just seems to me like YouTube may have a little bit to do with that. All right, so now we want a little brown coming off in here as the other side of the Oxford. And it's just a little piece of it coming off over this way. I'm pretty happy with that. And then I'm going to come in and make this sole a black sole. You don't need much ink to color this. This is FW ink, acrylic ink. It goes a long way. So this will be my day 2 Inktober, are Ruby Rose's saddle shoes. A big blow up of them. I really didn't plan this out in my planning session, but I realized when I drew this the other night that you could hardly see her. You could hardly see her shoes as I imagined them. And I go, oh, we got to do these bigger. So here you go. And actually this should come out more like that. And now I have to do the detail kind of in here. And then over to the other side. Hi, Jill. Welcome, Jill. Hi, Barbara, Chicken Pot Pie Society. Welcome, welcome. Isn't that a yummy red? I can't read. I can't read the color. It's, I can't read it. I don't know if I can clean that off any. I got ink on it. It's an FW ink, and all I can read is red. It's inked out. All right, we need to put some brown up in here. And I might have to come in and eventually touch this up, smooth it out a little, because I'm using a pretty big brush to do this with. Now I'm pretty happy with that. Let's curve this line a little bit more. Maybe like that. Yes. Only her, yeah, I made her tongue of her shoe. The tongue of her shoe, I made a red color to match the sole, the body of the shoe. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with this so far. It doesn't have to be a perfect, it doesn't have to be perfect. So, she's going to have socks on. Now I can get purple in there for the socks. I wanted to get some purple. This is Violet, L-U-N-E, I think. What is this? This is black. I think this is a pearls. This is violet too. I think this is pearlized. I can't tell. It just looks to me like, well, they both look pearl. We're going to put some violet and gold socks on her. Let's see what I have here. Looks like I need to clean out the nozzles here. Penelope, I gave you that pen back too soon. Let's clean the nozzle out. Especially on a pearl ink. It's a little thick. Whoops, get in there. Let's see if that worked. Yeah, wipe off the pen. Put the pen over here for now, because I'm sure to need it again. Oh yeah, that's all it needed. Now I washed out my brush. I think I'm going to do those diamonds in violet, maybe. Let's see, what other brush do I have? I have this smaller one. Let's try this one. Ink dries pretty fast. So I'm going to make the diamonds in a pearl. Violet, L-U-M-E. I think that's what it says. It's hard to read that on the bottle because, you know, it gets old. And I'm going to put gold in between my diamonds here. And just imagine these socks as being kind of rumpled up, kind of stuck in the shoe after she kicks her shoe off. Yeah, I'm really having fun with this little gnome story. I think this will carry on through the history of Phibbsville, because I can think of a lot of ways this story can go. And I think I carried it on over to here. Let me go down. How easy are those things to control? The inks? Well, Jill, I don't know what you mean by control. I use a brush with them because these are acrylic inks. I would not use a pen or a fountain pen or anything like that. These are what you call acrylic inks. They would clog up. You could use a dip pen, but I wouldn't. They will clog it up. So think of it as being not a watercolor, maybe not even a gouache, but similar to an opaque watercolor. But they're an ink, and they dry fast. And you saw I mixed red and green and got this beautiful brown color. They are fairly expensive, though. These are a set. Hobby Lobby had a sale a couple years ago now where they were discontinuing their FW inks. So, folks, hi, Becky. Sewing and watching, she says. I wouldn't have known about these inks being on sale even here in Nebraska, except I was watching Packer Dye one day, and she was showing her inks that she ran to Hobby Lobby and got. Now, I've got that here. I think I'm going to bring this down. I think I missed it here. So I'm just going to bring this patterning down like so. But I got these for $1.49 a bottle, but that's a bargain. They run $6 or $7 a bottle of ink. They have a lot of colors. Now, I don't think you can get these at Hobby Lobby anymore. You have to probably order them. I don't know if Michael's carries them or not. FW inks. All right, I like that. Now, I think I'm going to make black and red knits in here. Black and red knits there. And then I'm going to reverse it and make purple and gold knit here and maybe black and red dots. I'm not sure what these were. I'm not sure what I was drawing there. Oh, that's part of the knit. Let's draw that in there. I didn't finish drawing the knit. Let's just draw some lines there and there maybe. Well, I'm not sure about that either, but that's okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. She should have gold shoelaces. Don't you agree? Instead of white, they should be gold. So if I do black and red here, I want to do purple and gold here and in there. So they kind of, I don't need purple. They kind of coordinate, but not really. They coordinate with color. And Jill, how they control probably depends a lot on what kind of a tool you're using to draw them with. Now, I'm using a paintbrush and a fairly, well, about like that of a brush tip. But when I'm doing something like this, I should go a little bit smaller, but I'm not. I just kind of, so your control depends a lot on your tool too, is my point. But if you're interested in this and can't afford several colors, I would have not gotten all these colors if I could not have found these in that beautiful, wonderful sale that you hardly find that happening anymore. But if you're interested in trying it and can only afford maybe 1 or 2 bottles, I would start out with a brown ink and maybe a black, or maybe a brown and your favorite color, or a black and your favorite color. 1 or 2 colors that you think you might use a lot, maybe a blue if you like blues, and experiment with them. And then if you find that you like them, then you can build. You can see I am not using a lot of ink. In fact, I've got too much purple right there. For all that brown, I think I did put out some more green. I didn't put out any more red, but I covered a large area here with just a little bit of ink. So your bottle, I got these a couple years ago when they had that sale. Your bottle will last you a long time, depending on how much you use them too. I mean, if you go wild with them, yeah, you're going to use them up. But, okay, I'm happy with that. Let's go for I'm not happy with this, so what did I do? I made this needs more red in here. Because I got red here, and I need more red there, and my sole comes down there. I'll have to do that. Let's see. What was I going to make those black and red, wasn't I? And these purple, and I need to do some more in here. They kind of get tucked in over here. The socks do. You can't see the knit pattern very well. But Jill, I know you like to color a lot. You might really like using these inks. Now, what is this? That should be one of those polka dots. And I should have a purple and gold in here. Maybe. That's what we're going to do. All right. So I've got a bunch of purple left over. And let's just smear that out on a scratch paper. Where's all my scratch paper? Let's see what I can find in this bag of papers here. Here, we're going to smear it out on the back of the sticker page. Maybe I'll use that. When I do a cluster or something. You want to, if you're like me and don't have a lot of space, you want to be sure that you tighten up your caps so you don't spill it. I have had accidents. All right, we'll just let that dry. I'm happy with that being a wipe off, just because I needed something handy. All righty. So now I want to go for either the red or black or the gold. Let's go for the gold. And this is M-A-Z-U-M-A, gold. M-A, I think it's M-A-Z-U-M-A, gold. We'll see. I also have another one. Well, this is P.H. Martin. This is calligraphy color. You can use calligraphy ink too. They look about the same. This might be a little lighter and brighter. And then I also have this, which is P.H. Martin iridescent calligraphy color copper. So we're going to use the gold here. M-A-I-Z-E. Could it be maize? No, it looks like, here, let's see if you can read it if I hold it up close to the camera. Can you read that? Right here, right, that's De La Rowney, right there. It looks like M-A-Z-U-M-A. M-A-Z, M-A something. It could be U-R-A. I don't think it's maze. It looks like M-A-Z something. Maybe you guys can find it if you Google it. It's FW ink. I don't know if they even make this color anymore. Aztec gold. Yeah. Yeah. It's like an Aztec gold. But magma. Magma? Is that what it is, Holly? Magma? That could be a Z. G. It doesn't look like a Z, though. It looks like M-A-Z-U-M-A. Do, 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 do. I think it's Mazuma. There is a Mazuma Miracle Gold. M-A-Z-U-M-A. Now, this is not put out by FW, what I'm looking at, but I do think it's Mazuma Gold. As I look up, I see another the same name with another company. Anyway, it's what I'm going to use. And I think I need to clean out the tips of these little, see, they get clogged up in there.
Yui, yui, yui.
Mazuma. Sounds almost Spanish, doesn't it? It sounds Spanish. Mazuma Gold. It might need to go with the darker purple, though. Well, it's okay. Yeah, I guess it's okay in there. I might put some black around the purple diamonds. Yep, I could see Ruby Rose wearing purple and gold Argyle socks. Part of them are Argyle here with the diamonds and the purple. Oops, let me go back out here. Do, 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 do. Hi, Julie. Welcome back. Oh, good grief. That reminds me when I used to live with 7 people and a $500,000 house. Holly says Mazuma. Thank you, Holly. Mazuma. Yeah, it is like... Is that what it says, Barb? Mazuma? Thank you. Oh, that's just my little Samsung Galaxy 8 phone. They're trying to get me to upgrade my phone, but I just got it repaired. I just got a replacement phone because the battery wore out on the one the other Galaxy 8 that I had. The battery didn't explode, you know, it got fat, it broke the back of the camera off. About every 2 years it does that, and they know that. I'm just going to paint this one gold in here. They know that happens. And they're trying to get me to upgrade again. But you know, you get used to your phone. You know where everything is. You know where all your pictures are. Every time I upgrade, I've got to save off all my photos and save off all my files and make sure everything's backed up. Oh, I should not have gotten rid of all that purple. I can see where I need to use it here, but I'll make that one go too. Now these in here are going to be red and black, but maybe I'll make gold stripes here. I wiped away all that purple too soon. Yeah, I would appreciate if Hobby Lobby would have another sale like that. I think what they have now are called Amsterdam inks, but they too cost, they're acrylic ink, but they cost $6 or $7 a bottle. Ink is in a bottle like this is not cheap for us low income folks. Oh dear. So if you just want to start out and experiment with it, though, I would recommend just getting a couple colors. Choose a color that may be a blue, because you know you can gradiate this paint, this ink. You can make it just by adding water, just almost like a watercolor. You can, and you saw me mix red and brown. They sell it in packs, and sometimes on Dick Blick, if you watch Dick Blick, it'll go on sale. And they sell it in packs of 6, like that neutral pack I was showing earlier was a pack of 6. Now let's make some gold shoelaces over here. Yes, she definitely needs gold shoelaces. Oh, I'm liking that. Now, let's take care of this story. And then we'll make the soles of the shoes black. Oh, no, and black and red up here. Black and red in there. And I'm thinking these should be, well, they're white on the shoe. Maybe I'll leave them white for now. So let's check out let's make sure my gold is closed good. Wash out my brush. And red. And I just need a drop of red. It goes a pretty long way. Your ink goes a pretty long way. Let's use this one. And I'm just going to make this come down a little bit more. Yeah, I'm happy with that. And see, by leaving this white, this kind of is a dry brushed ink in here and dry brushed in there, it makes it feel like the shoe is dimensional. Now this in here is still part of the sock. I'm going to color that in. This part in here is going to be for writing, but and then I'll have some maple. I might mix some red and gold and get some maple leaf going on in here. And maybe mix some of that light brown or light green around in there. But let's do the black and red polka dots next, and maybe the black soles. So let's do the black, which is this, I believe, Noir. Where did it say that? gave a reference number. Here, black. N-O-I-R, black. All right. Probably should shake it up a little. And I think I will go in and put black lines around her socks there to make them pop a little bit more. I don't know if I'll paint them in there. Let's do the soles of her shoe. Wrong one. What did I do with my other brush? Was I going to use that one? That's pretty big. Yeah, I guess I will. The soles of a shoe are going to be black. Now, I'd like to have that a little bit smoother, but it is what it is. I'm pretty happy with that. Now, the one in here gets a little touchier. And I did bring it up, but see, I'm going across 2 pages that are not on the same folio. So, because of the way my journal is bound, and I want to get in there. Yeah. Now that's okay. Let's wash this off. And let's do my red dots. No, let's do the, yeah, let's do the red dots first. Let's do the red dots, and then it's going to be red and black. And this should be purple and yellow up in here, but I missed it there. I'll have to get out the gold again. Let's do the red dots next. Mary, Nikki is going to be contracting you to design shoes. I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that. They'll probably say, what a mess. Who made those shoes? Oh dear. All right, we're going to put some dots in here. But you know what? It's just plain fun. It's just plain fun to do this. And that's really, and it's also about Inktober. Now, I did draw this in ink, and really Inktober is about drawing, I think, in ink. Well, I did draw in ink, but I've got the paint. I don't want to use an ink pen to draw in all these dots. I think well, it's about using ink, too. It's about using ink. And I like the idea of mixing Inktober with what we have going on for our little story in Phibbsville. I like the idea of doing that. Now, what did I miss in here? I think that'll be black in there. I got to put a dot here. I might need a little bit more red. And maybe I'll make these red instead of gold. Just because I don't want to get out the gold again. And these are Ruby Rose's mismatched socks and her red saddle Oxfords. Because she's Ruby Rose. I could try to do a rose in here with my ink and my brush. I might try that. And I think it's David Jennings who does a lot of floral art. David Jennings, is that it? Whoops. David Jensen. Let me grab a channel, link to his channel. He does, I don't know what he's doing now. Let me come into chat. Come on. He does a lot of floral. And I was following along. He did a 30-day rose project. Hi, Sherry Van. You're home now? Glad to be here. I'll bet you're glad to be home. Noir, N-O-I-R, means black in French, Jill says. Noir. It's a noir day. Okay. So I got my red dots. I think I'll make my little knit lines here red. Just little red patterns here on her socks. Doesn't have to be perfect. I think I need a red something in there. Does not have to be perfect. Not in my journal. You know, an art journal should be one area where you can go and not have to worry about criticism, not have to worry about being graded in school or people coming and telling you it doesn't look right or anything like that. You know, your art, I was in Tim Designs by CAD Pro's Saturday video. And, you know, I was saying art is expression. Art sometimes is you trying to tell visually your story, what's, you know, and the theme, like we had a theme of teachers. Our main theme was teachers for our Saturday hop. And art is mostly expression. It does not have to be perfect, especially in your art journal. An art journal is where you can come and play. Come play, come play. And I think we tend to want to be perfect. We tend to want our art to look like photographs. And that's why we have cameras. We don't need, you can do expressions with your camera, which is art. But when you're painting or drawing, you really don't need to make it look photorealistic unless, you know, that's your talent. Go for it. But if that's not your talent, don't worry that it's not photographic. Just play with it and have fun with it and make it yours. Now, I think I kind of have messed up in here. I'm just going to put in some lines and go with what's in there. Okay. Now, I think I'm running out of red. I think I want red lines in here too. It should have been gold. I'm going to make them red. And yeah, my red's running dry. Let's just put some red in here. Let's just make this part red. I think that's supposed to be the back of the shoe in there. Okay, did my head get in the way there? I apologize. I was straining to see. Now I have a white, I have a white line right in there. And I think that should probably be red. So I'm going to come in and touch that up a little in there with a kind of a, my red's getting kind of thin because I'm using it up. And let's make this red over here in there. Kind of fill in some of the white spaces in there, if and I can. All right, I'm happy. Now let's do the black. The black will be, well, I did black for the sole, but I want to put black and red polka dot and black and red. Oh, I needed red there. I'm going to need just a tad bit more red. And these need to be red in here. Do, 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 do. There we go. What is this? These should be gold lines. I'm going to make them black. I don't want to get the gold out again. All right, let's get out the black. I get I don't know. I think black will be okay. And then I want to do with my pen, with my Pen Plus Gear, the medium point one. I want to outline my diamonds in black and make them kind of pop. And I'm not sure I want everything on this page outlined in black. Let's see, I think I'll put some black stitching with my pen here. Black stitching around the, and you can still see the lines on here if you look close, the little squares I made. I don't care, because I'm just playing. And yeah. So think of these black lines as being a color on next to the yellow diamonds here rather than an outline on the sock. And let's put some stitching here. We'll put stitching there. Let's put, although this did not have stitching on the tongue, I'm going to put stitching around the tongue. And I'm going to make the stitching come up that way. And let's also define these I think I'm going to leave them white. The little shoelace ring things here. I think I'll leave them white. Yeah. But I am bringing them out a little bit more with the black pen. And this shoe has stitching on it in black and in here. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Now, let's do this area. I've learned to tighten my bottle before I shake. Otherwise, only I'm lucky I haven't sprayed it out that way, but I've sprayed it this way before. What did I spray the other day? It was black, juicy black craft paint. In fact, I got a black spot over here on my tabletop, but lucky for me, it is craft paper, so it doesn't matter. All right, so we're going to put black. I'm just going to paint this area black around these red dots. And I might need more black ink. And I should, instead of paint, I should say draw. I'm drawing with my brush, really, which is kind of painting. Oh, dear. And I'm going to make this one black. And I'm going to make this one black in here. Kind of bring it around a little. You kind of have to use your imagination here, thinking that these socks, they're mismatched socks, but they're kind of, I didn't get those all drawn in there. They're kind of sliding down on her, you know, she's kicked off her shoes, and these socks are just kind of still stuck in her shoe. Oh, dear. I have another diamond there. I'm going to paint it black. It'll have one black diamond. She got it dirty. All right, this is going to be black here. Really, that doesn't make much sense. But this painting is not meant to make sense. Or drawing. Call it a drawing, if you will. Rachel says, it's been lovely visiting with all of you. God bless. Dear God, you know all the names and you know all their needs. Thank you, Rachel. And I will say amen to that, in agreement with you. The wise supreme being, God, whatever your faith is, I'm of a Christian faith. He knows your needs. And when we can't, you know, we want to send up prayers for our friends, but we really don't know exactly what they need. But we know that he knows. And that's what Rachel was praying. You know their needs. That was a blessing, I guess. That's a blessing. And I do think, well, let me put my black lines here and see what happens. Yeah, I think I will put a black, I'm going to have to get out more black. A black line ending the socks there. And maybe a black line in here. Like that. Yep. Let me get some more black out. The sweater I'm wearing, I got at the thrift store, and I really like it because I can pop it on and off. It's chilly here in the morning. It was chilly this morning. And I can pop it on, and then when it gets warmer during the day, I can pop it off and just have short sleeves on underneath. But I don't want to get it all messed up. All right, I was doing black lines in here. So we're just going to put in kind of wrinkled up knit lines is what I'm going for. Scrunched up socks. I'll just make a black line that way and bring it this way. A little bit in there. And here again, don't worry about perfection as much as expression. Try to let your art express what you're thinking. Now I'm going to bring this down this way. And I'll probably just decal the edge here. Let's decal the edge. At least right there. And then I'll come back and do the rest. But I want to put little. So this is my day 2. I wanted to do day 3 tonight too. Oh, you know, I have goals to do so much, and it's just like eating chocolate. You have the whole bag out, but you don't really eat the whole bag at once. Well, you shouldn't anyway. And I guess what I'm trying to say is I have a lot that I want to get done, and I usually get it all out or put it on my list, and I never get everything done in one night. Everything on my list. That's what I'm trying to say. And so she's been out urban sketching in these socks. So, or these are what she's wearing out while she's doing her sketching, her outside plein air sketching. So they don't have to be perfect. Should stick a leaf or something in there. All right, let's do some black in here. All righty. That's good. I'm happy with that. Thank you, Jill. Hi, Nina. Hi, Jude. Welcome. Mental note. Practicing pig doodle. Are you practicing a pig doodle, Mina? Why did I want to say Mindy? Sometimes my tongue does not say what my head is thinking. I don't know where Mindy came from. I was looking at Mina. Brenda says, may God bless you too, Rachel. You take care. Holly says, good night to Rachel. Angie says, okay, I'm done sewing. Hi, Allie K. Welcome, Allie K. Julie's here. Brenda's here. Holly's here. Hi, Holly. Did I say hello to you? Jill is here. Jude. Love them boots. They're saddle shoes, Jude. They're saddle shoes. with her mixed matched. These are Ruby Rose's saddle shoes with her mismatched socks. We decided to make, instead of white and black, we made them red and brown. And I actually, this brown, I don't know if you can tell how brown it is in your screen, but it is a red and green ink mixed because I did not have brown. And it came out quite nice. I was very happy with how that came out. Let's see. We want a red dot here. And it comes over this. Oh, that's the tongue of her shoe. That's not a dot. That's the tongue of her shoe. And this is part of the shoe. Maybe I'll outline the shoelaces a little just so that they stand out. Oops. Got a little weird with that one, but I think I can fix it when I do the background. And the brown here is the other side of her shoe, her saddle shoe. Okay, I need more ink. And I wasn't going to put black outlines around everything, but I almost need it for things to pop. To my satisfaction, anyway. Now, I think I had black stitch lines going around this shoe, the saddle part. I might need to come in and make them white, but we'll put black. White stitch lines would be nice on these, but we're going to do black, and we're going to do black across here. Black kind of blends in with that brown. After that paint dries, you can hardly see, so I might come in and, I call it paint, it's ink. I might come in and put a white stitch on these brown shoes because it's already blending in. So let's finish these. Let's put a little line there, a line here. Yeah. I'm happy with that. Is this my black? That's purple. What did I do with my black? Purple. I got to do this area. This is only day 2. What time is it? 7:43 here. I'm only going to go until about 10 o'clock tonight. Janet Nash comes on tomorrow morning. I want to watch her. Dee Dee comes on at 8:30 Eastern. And Janet Nash comes on at Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. And oh, you guys, you have to watch Janet Nash's Saturday video. She went to Buckingham Palace. She took us to Buckingham Palace, to the Buckingham Palace Gardens. How fun that was. Now, I've been there. I have to honestly say I got to go to Buckingham Palace when I went over to London with a needlework group. I got to see Buckingham Palace. And I have pictures of those beautiful black and gold gates. All right, I'm happy with that. Let's wash out my brush. I don't think I'm going to do much more to her shoes and socks. They're purple and gold and red and black, and that's that. But now I need to do the leaves and the background. And since they're maple leaves, I think I'm going to use some red, and let's try some of this P.H. Martin. Well, I could do copper. Let's do copper, and we might need a touch of red. Let's shake up this copper. Yeah, let's do red, copper, and gold. And we might get out a little dot of green. We don't need a whole lot. I'm going to experiment. And you know what? I think I'm going to use a sponge and sponge them in there. And just the tippy tip of my sponge. We'll experiment and see. And I might have to touch up this area here. I'm not sure I'm happy with that area. But I will have a border, so... Oh, and I think I need to get my pliers out. Hold it. The drawer's not coming all the way open. Where did I hide my pliers? Let me take my sweater off because it's warmer in here with that. I don't know, it's always warmer in here than it is the rest of the house. And I'm getting warm. And I'll throw it behind me over one of those lace covers that I have. Ooh, that's much better. All right. I don't want to loosen it too much because I want to shake it up. This is the copper, and I need to put my glasses back on. You don't want to see my hair because I took my sweater off over my head. All right. Oh, that's going to be pretty. And let's do some of this gold. Mazuma gold. It's Mazuma gold. Mazuma gold and copper. I might need some more copper and red and a touch of green, I think. Let's put some more of this copper in there. And red. I might have to get it out because when more out because when I use a sponge, it does tend to soak up some of the ink. Oh, bubbles. And let's do a touch of green. Let's use the darker green. This is turquoise. That's okay. We can use turquoise because I want to do a lighter green in there. This will be all colored, I think. Let's put it in here. A turquoise green. And I'm going to use my sponge to do this. Let's start out with the gold and just kind of swish it on there. It doesn't have to be in the lines. Just kind of swish some gold leaves in there. And we'll just do the top ones first. Okay. Now let's turn my sponge over. Let's grab just a little bit of that copper and maybe add some copper, light copper in there, because they're turning brown. And I'll come in with my paintbrush and take care of the background. Now, the copper is a calligraphy ink, and it feels like it feels thinner to me. It feels juicier. All right, let's put a little bit of red. I'm going to do that with my copper. Let's get some red going on in there. And I said with my copper, I meant with the same tip, but... And I'm not worried about the background because I'm going to come back in and do the background, probably in that dark green. I'm pretty happy with that, except for, oh, I'll get this other sponge. Where is it? I thought I had two sponges out. Let me get another sponge. I probably dropped it on the floor. It'll give my ink a little bit of time to dry there, a little dry time going on there. I want to grab some more of this gold and kind of blend it in a little, I think. I'm going to try to blend. A little blendy. And you'll be able to see my ink lines, but just think of them as twigs. Now, I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with how the leaves are going. Now, a little more blendy in there. Okay, now let's do this. In fact, I'm going to write with my, I think I'm going to write with my Pen Plus Gear. So I think it'll write over this, even though this is kind of a metallic gold. Sometimes it has trouble writing over metallic. And I need more. And let's carefully shoosh things up so you guys can see a little better. Don't want to knock my ink off the table. There. And we're going to put a little more gold on this leaf. And then we'll come in with some copper. And let's just let this gold fill in the writing area over here to the side. It's just going to say, it's going to say Ruby Rose's red saddle shoes. And let's see. I was going for this one. We're going to grab some of this copper and Let's use this side. Get a semblance of a leaf in there. I think I meant for another one to be back behind it. We can just I kind of like that anyway. Let's bring it around this way. Might have to go back over that in black. Now I kind of like that. Now let's do a little bit of red. If it hasn't dried out. Well, my sponge is dried out in spots. That's not working there. Go to another edge. And let's go back to the gold and see if I can't blend some of that in. I need more gold. I need more. No, it's just, don't worry about it because it will take shape as I work on it. All right, I think I'm happy now with that. Now what I want to do is come in with my paintbrush. I think this one that I was using, this flat one. And let's go back up to the top. And I'm just going to paint in the leaves, kind of, in between them. And it won't be perfect, but it will be. Now, we're going to leave that alone. Let's put some green in here. And I mean these leaves appear to be smaller. Now let's get darker in here. Yeah. Well, I'm happy with that, I think. Now I'm going to come in and define those leaves a little bit more. I'm not sure what I want to do down here. this. I don't want to ruin my... I think I'll just do one leaf here. Now I want to write in here, so I'm going to take this and kind of just bring it around this way, maybe dry brush it out a little. Let's go ahead and do this. Oh, am I running out of green? Do I have more than one page? Yeah, I do. That's okay. Ruby Rose's red shoes. I think I'll just let this kind of maybe put some more yellow in there. Maybe a little bit of this coppery color to define the leaves. In here. Maybe I used up all my red. I've used up all my colors. Let's grab some of this black and go back over the shoe. Sole of the shoe here. I mess up my line. That's okay. I need to do in there. I'm going to try something. I'm going to take this lighter green, I think. And let's see how that will look mixed over this darker green. Let's play. I might mess it up. Where's my brush? Ooh, it's more of an opaque green, that's for sure. But it's wet. We'll see how it dries. I kind of like that. Now let's dry it a little and detail it just a little bit more. I think I need white stitching, especially on the brown. I'm going to leave this white line here. I'm going to leave this dry brushed. Let's put some black lines in the leaves. I was going to dry it, but I think that Yeah. I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. Let's do this one. Little rough of a leaf in here at the tip. Okay, now I'm not happy with this. Let's get that brush out again. I'll put my pliers away. Did I leave that brush in the water? Where's my brush? That's the thin one. I must have left it in the water. Hold it. Did it roll away? No, I left it in the water. Yeah, there's black ink on it. I want to be sure I get my black ink out of there. Okay, because I'm going to come in with my gold and paint all this out. We can even bring my gold over in there a little. Blend it in a little. I'm happier with that. Let's put some gold up in there. A couple gold touches in here. All right. I'm happy. Maybe just a little bit of green border here. Blend it in a little, and a little bit in here. Don't be afraid to use your fingers if you need to. You'll know when you need to. All right, I think I'm happy. Now, let's do a black border, and I'm going to do it with ink. Is that my black again? That's phthalo blue. I keep putting my black away. And I'm going to hold my page up, and I'm just going to go along the edge in black. Except for where her shoe is. We're going to let her shoe go over to the next page. So this may not be Inktober in the sense that some people are doing October as pen and ink drawings, you know, and all the different values of pen and ink. But Inktober can be several different things. Oops, I'm getting a little bit of a thick line there going there. Inktober can be what you like it to be, as long as you're using ink. That's the important thing. I'm pretty happy with that. And I wanted to do one more thing. What was it? Oh, white stitching. I have ink left on my, let's sponge some of this green ink off on here. I'll use the back of this for something. You don't want to waste, no waste. And my dictionary is someplace behind me. Let's sponge up this. Oops, I got black on my hand there. Yeah, I think I got most of it. We'll leave it like that. It'll become something. All right. So I think I'll do that with my white out pen, my stitching. I don't like how it's not showing on the brown. There's my other sponge. Or one of the other ones. No, I guess that was the one I got out. All right. Maybe I should dry this just a teensy bit. Especially along the edge. Here. It still reminds me of a color book thing. I guess it's because I'm using those black outlines, but maybe if I do enough of them, I'll get to making it look a little bit more like I envision it. I'm going to do white over the blacks over here. White stitching. And it comes across this way. And now, I don't think these tongues of the shoes have stitches on them, but I put stitches on them. And kind of messed up in there. Oh, well, I'm good with it. Alrighty, let's do this. Oh, that should be some brown or black, or I smeared my white. I'm always losing the cap to these things. I don't know what I did with the cap. Oh, it's on the back. Good place to put it, Mary. Right back where on the back where it belongs. All right, let's kind of blend that in there. Here I am with the black lines again. I can't leave them alone. All right, I think that part is done. I'm not sure what you guys are seeing for this. Maybe you should have some shadow in there, some shading in here, a light wash, but I'm gonna leave it flat. I'm gonna leave it flat. And then I'm gonna write here, Ruby Roses. And I got a lot of ink out on my desk. I can't tip my journal. I'm sure to knock it off. Let's tip my journal this way. So, Ruby Rose's red saddle shoes and mismatched sacks. Can I get that all on there? Ruby Roses, R-O-S-E-S, roses, red saddle shoes. And mismatched stockings. Happy with that. And then I'm going to sign it here. I'm going to put hashtag Inktober 2021 day 2. This would be for yesterday's. And I'm going to sign it with my name. Yep, there we go. I'm going to call that done. I'm going to call her done. So we got a lot more color on this page than we have on this page. I did not finish, but you know, I kind of like it unfinished. But I should probably come in and... Now I want to do an enlarge of the cricket. But before we do that, we got 37 people watching. I don't know if they're all chatting. Let's do a list. Let's do a list. If you're out there lurking and want to participate, we're going to do a list to name. We're going to name our cricket. I want to do it in my Society of Idea Collector book, because that's where all of this is going. And the other thing I want to do tonight is I want to do a paper doll. Dee Dee says, make paper dolls for the whole month of October and dress them up. That's her assignment. I've only got 5% on my tablet. What? It's plugged in. Wait a minute. I got to see. I'm not getting juice to my tablet. Here, it's not plugged in there. Let's check my phone. Make sure I get juice on my phone here. 100%. Yay. So let's go back. I can still see you guys. It'll just be charging in the background. Mary, Zandra has a question. Hi, Zandra. Let me go into live chat here. Janice. Hi, Janice. Good to see you, Janice. She says, Mary, Zandra has a question. Mary, can you please tell me how much water to black paint you put in the fine liner bottle? And Laura V wants to know what brand of black marker you use. Okay. I like these Pen Plus Gear markers. That's what I use to outline on that page and what I use to write with. You can get these in like a medium. They call this a fine tip. See, it says fine tip on there. Let me get on live here. I'm not on live. Now I need the red dot. They call these fine tip, but they are like a medium Sharpie point. And I like them nice and juicy. I use them a lot, so they run dry pretty fast for me, my markers. But you get 2 of these for 88 cents. But when they run dry, I just take them apart and throw them in a bottle of alcohol, and I've got more black alcohol ink than I'll ever use in a lifetime. But they work pretty good. They work over acrylic pretty good, so I do like these. I also like the, let me see if I can find it here. I was using it the other night. Well, let me finish talking about mine. I also use Sharpies, fine tip Sharpies, and I just started using these S-gel Sharpie pins. And this one happens to be blue. I don't use these as much to draw with as to write in my journals, because these do not bleed through. They do not blur and they do not bleed through. And I actually like these to journal with when I'm talking to you guys, because even though I can use the Sharpie, it's got a small fine line, which is fine for yourself. But when I want you guys to see what I'm writing, I really do like these. I think these just came out recently, and I like them. I went back and bought some more packages to have them around. I'm going to buy some more. Now, you can also get, for the Pen Plus Gears, you can get, well, these are still, you can get, I'm looking for one. You can get the chisel point for the Pen Plus Gear, but you can also get I can't find one. I think these are still a medium point. Let me check this out. Did I put them in here? Hold it. I want to show it to you while I'm talking about it. Let me get one out. I have one in here. Oh, you can get the ultra fine point, which looks like a fine point of a Sharpie. And I like these too. All these Pen Plus Gears are permanent ink. All of these. The medium, the chisel, and the ultra fine point. They call this a fine point. What I call medium, they call fine. And the other one that looks like the Sharpie, I call, it's called the ultra fine. And then this is just a chisel tip. You can get all of these at Walmart. 2 in a package. 2 in a package for 88 cents. I think that's a bargain because I use them. I use them like crazy. But I do use the Sharpie pins, and what else do I use? I use markers like this. This happens to be a Pen Plus Gear. And I use that Marks a lot. Not a lot because, here, Marks a lot. This is a little bit more expensive, but I got several packages of these at a liquidation sale. I do like these because they give a nice solid black line. They're a chisel point. This one's a chisel point. They give a nice black line and they last a long time. I like the Marks a lot, but they're a little bit more expensive, I found. So that's that. Now for the fine liner, I do not add personally because I like a thick line on my fine liners. Let me get one out. When I add paint to my fine liner, let me get some. Well, I'll use this. This is buttermilk, but I do not add, especially if I'm using Deco Art. Deco Art paint is a much thinner paint I've found than the Apple Barrel. I do use this, but most of the time for my black and white lines, I will use apple barrel, which I'm looking for here. Here, apple barrel paint. And I just pour it directly in my fine liner. I don't add anything to it. I used to add airbrush medium, which will thin it down. And when I added it, I filled it almost up to the top. You don't want to fill your paint clear up to here when you add, even if you don't add any airbrush medium, because it needs room for, it needs some squeezability. If you put this paint clear up to the top, you know, you're going to have trouble squeezing that out until you use some of it. But I like a thick line, and it depends. The other thing I will tell you, when you add paint, let's say you're going to add apple barrel. I filled this bottle several times from a 32-ounce one. Make sure that you're not using paint that's 6 or 7 months old and is clumpy, because clumpy paint will gum up your nozzle. You know, if you're pouring that in and you see a big old paint clump go down in there, that's sure to gum up your nozzle once it starts getting in there. Try to use, I would even say go buy, if it depends on how often you use it, but if you're just using a fine liner to do a project, go buy a 50-cent 2-ounce bottle of apple barrel at Walmart. And I add it directly from here into there with nothing added. And I find that gives me a nice textured line. Now, some of this apple barrel paint is thick. I find my apple barrel white tends to be thicker, but I have some black apple barrel paint that's juicy, just as juicy, if not juicier, than the Deco Art. I find my Deco Art paint to be a little bit thinner, and the Folk Art paint is a little bit thicker, but I don't use Folk Art paint in my fine liner. The other thing I don't use in my fine liner is metallic paint. I just find that even when I have a nice 2-ounce bottle, I have trouble getting it in, even in there. I don't, and it will gum up your nozzle if you don't clean it all the time. I don't use metallic paint. I've tried it. I don't like it in there. And I quit using glue. These fine liners, you can find them at Hobby Lobby in the model car section, mostly because the people that do model cars use them to glue with. They put glue in there. But for me, it's just like my glossy accent. It just clogs it up. I get so frustrated. I don't put glue in my fine liners, because these bottles will cost you about $5 a bottle at retail, $4.99, something like that. And I got tired of fussing with keeping my nozzles clean with metallic and glue. I also, now you can, this is the standard 18-inch standard with the yellow, and you can get them with the blue, which is a fine tip, 20 gauge. And I think you can put ink in there, but I don't tend to do that. I find it's too juicy for me to work with. I like the thicker lines. I just tend not to put ink in there. And if you do use ink, use it with your 20 gauge. And this is an 18 gauge, which is a more open barrel, more open nozzle. Your 20 gauge is a narrower nozzle. And I think you can get an even finer nozzle than 20 gauge. But I usually use these 18 gauge. If I want a fine point, I usually go to markers, to my Pen Plus Gear markers. Good night, Angie. Laura, hi, Laura Vasquez. Angie says, you all, I'm going to call it a night. See you all tomorrow. Good night, Angie. Laura says, I use apple barrel paint all the time. but I don't have any fine line paint bottles. Well, that's okay too. You know, use what you're comfortable with. I don't use these all the time. I use them when I get inspired to use them. But she was asking what I used to in my fine liner bottles if I watered it down and how much water I used. I used to use airbrush medium, but because, well, honestly, when I first started out, I learned about these fine liner bottles from Gina Ahrens, and that's way back in like 2014, 15, 16, up in there when I was hanging around with Gina and Cindy Utter and those. But Gina got me started using those fine liner bottles, and she used airbrush medium. That's what she used. But I find, you know, airbrush medium is pretty expensive. I don't use gel medium. You can use gel medium. You can use water. You can use airbrush medium. Any type of medium you can put in there. And if you do use it, I would have to say don't use 4-to-1. Use more like 5-to-1 or 6-to-1. You don't, or you kind of get a sense of what to put in there. I would start out with about 5-to-1. Say this is divided in 5. Well, I guess that would be 4-to-1. If this were divided into 5 equal parts, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. However, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. I would use 4 of paint and maybe 1. 1 might be pushing it. Maybe even a 3/4 of 1, and just add it until you feel you can always add. You can't take out after you put too much in unless you add more paint. So when you go to add whatever medium you're using, as I say, I have 4 parts here. I would probably add maybe half and stir it all up and test the consistency and see if that's what you like. If you feel like it needs a little bit more, put a little bit more in. But I just quit putting medium in mine altogether. That's my story. That's my experience with it. Other people may say different things, but that's okay too, because, you know, we all approach our projects in different ways. And just because I do it one way doesn't mean it's the right way. And just because they do it one way doesn't mean that theirs is the right way. It's what works for you. All right. Where did I leave off at? Hi, Leslie. Leslie Casey. Hi there. Welcome, welcome. Oh, there's okay, Scraps to Beauty is Xandra. And Xandra, somebody else who has experience with the fine liners. I know Barb Owen has some. I don't know how often she uses them, and I don't know how she uses them. I don't see a lot of, I know Gina has. Gina got me started. Gina Ahrens got me started using them. But I don't see a lot of people using them, and I love them. I was doing stained glass windows with them, and that's why how I got off on not putting any liquid in because the paint, and it depends on your paint too. I find some of that white and black paint to be very thick with the apple barrel, and sometimes it's really thin. So I've experienced both, but I prefer it to be pretty thick when I'm doing my lines, because you can actually feel a texture when it dries if you don't smash it out. Where do I buy the Pen Plus gear? Walmart. Walmart retail sells these 2 pens in a package like this for 88 cents. I don't know what they are on Amazon or at their, well, this is a Walmart brand. This is Pen Plus gear is a Walmart brand. I don't think you can even get these on Amazon. I don't know if you can get similar. But if you go to their retail, buy it online at their online store, I don't know if it's the same price. All I know is that I get these 2 for 88 cents at Walmart. Janice says, name the cricket. Oh, yeah. Let's see. I was answering Xander's question. Let's go back up to where Janice flagged me. Holly says, Holly, just keep saying that will be done and let go of it. That's good advice. Mina says, I think I need a chocolate pudding cup, most urgently. Holly says, I do everything the hard way. I do too, Holly. I don't call it the hard way. I call it the detailed way. When I'm doing art, sometimes now I wouldn't say that my shoe was all that detailed though, that I did my drawing of tonight was not all that detailed, but sometimes I go into detail more than I need to. Holly says, my hubby says, give your worries to God, and I try, but I don't think he wants them because I still have them. Holly, that's a universal experience. It's in our nature to hold on to it mentally to things that we call worry, because that's what on our mind, and I find when we worry, it's you care, and you almost care too much, and it's caring to the point that it's really bothering you. But just like Janet said, just keep doing it, and just expect that you are going to experience that worry again. But also know that he's listening to you. That's all I have to say about that. He hears you, and it's our nature. It's a universal nature to not let go of it and think that we didn't give it completely over, or that he gave it back or something like that. It's our nature. When something is really a concern in your life, it's hard to just quit thinking about it because, it's a part of your life. I would just say, okay, it's back again. Here it is again. It's bothering me again, and turn it over and then go do something. Go do an art page. Go wash the dishes or feed your animals or go for a walk. And that stuff will still be in the back of your mind. But as you're doing these other things like an art page or going for a walk or feeding your animals or whatever whatever your other daily tasks are, vacuuming the floor, those things are still in the back of your mind, but just by the very act that you're concentrating on something else kind of lessens the impact of them. I said I wasn't going to say any more, and then I kept talking. Mina says, I've never been worried or anxious about my own health problems, but wow, did I ever feel those things when one of my family became ill? Yeah. Thank you, Cheryl. Thank you, Holly. They're saying they like the shoes. Julie's here. Mina says, Julie, how is your dad doing? Julie said, he needs to build up his strength. Mina says, ink is ink. It counts for Inktober. We're going to name the cricket in a minute. I want to read through chat. Laura asked what brand of black marker, and I talked about the Pen Plus Gears. Not that I never buy another black marker. I do buy others, especially when I want to try something new. But I find that what I like about these is they work. If you use them on dry acrylic, they'll work. Do not use felt tip markers. These are felt tip. Don't use them on wet paint or wet ink. They'll work over acrylic ink, or acrylic paint, but let your craft paint, but let it dry. Let it dry and let the craft paint dry. I would say even let it dry for 24 hours, but I don't always follow that. Let's see. Jenna says, well, maybe our Canuck friends can get together soon. Let's see. Canada is back open, I heard today, Cheryl said. Oh, well, that's good news. And I can't go up any further than when Brenda says, I need to leave out of the channel. Thank you, Mary. and everyone. Take care. So Brenda had to leave. Let's name our cricket. That's why I got this book out. Oops. I want to do more detail of my cricket. I don't know if I'll have time tonight after we name him, but that'll be day 3. I'm already behind, but at least I did something today. We're going to name our cricket. Jana said she finally got to it. Yeah. I'm not the one to give a lot of good advice, Holly, because sometimes I don't even take my own advice. I've had days where, not so much lately, but when I was younger, I don't know how some of my friends put up with me. I was thinking the other day man, I really had some good listeners in my life. All right, we're going to do name the cricket. Name, and he's an alarm. The gnomes use crickets as an alarm. Here's the gnome book. Let's read here. It says it right. I like this gnome book. This is a cool book. Let's see. Where does he talk about the cricket? Look. Look. Is that Bandit? Even a fat gnome moves more easily than a man, compared a flea to an elephant. Gnomes, therefore, can run much faster, can jump higher, and are 7 times stronger than man, relatively speaking. Gnomes have muscles extra. Further, the gnome has 2 types of muscles, red and white. The white are for short distance performances, and the red muscles are responsible for endurance work, but that has to be a polecat that he's running from. I was going to look at the cricket here. I was going to see where they named the... Did you guys see the cat? Did I have it down far enough? Let's go back to it. Did you guys see him running from the cat? Here's the cat here, hiding in the... I want to see the cricket. Let me just thumb through here. Where it talked about him being an alarm. It's where they talk about the home. The house, the tree house, house building. Types of gnomes. I want to make sure I don't miss it. Oh, and Cheryl sent me the sweetest picture of a grandma and grandpa gnome. And I think I'm going to use it as a reference photo. Here's the house. The living room, the boot room, the chimney, the mole, the field mouse. And I have to be careful because I get into some gnome nudity here. I have to skip the gnome nudity. Oops. The rabbit. Well, why is it when I want to show you something? Glass blowing, carpentry, basketry, relations with animals. The fox, the deer. This is where they heal the animal. Come on, where's the cricket? Well, you're just going to have to believe me that crickets are their alarm system. It's in this book someplace. Does he have an index? No. No index. Oh, look, he's got a song now, because I wondered about the music. Oh, that's the song of the troll. No music. Every gnome dowry chest. Oh, you guys. Every gnome dowry chest has inside of it a music box, which begins to play when the chest is opened. The music boxes are highly prized and are made from the wood of the best quality with the finest spring steel mechanisms. In most homes, the music box tune is based on the heroic poem about the legendary Swedish gnome Time, T-H-Y-M, who lived between 1300 and 1700. A music box. Rosemary Morris is doing a photo album with a music box. A no music box. But I was looking, well, I guess that's the no music. I was wondering what they sounded like. I can't find about the cricket. The cricket alarm. These are all gnome legends. Gnome tools, energy. Well, poo. It's only because I want to, you know, I thought it was up here where they talked about the gnome house. The third tree. Yeah, we get the nudity in there. Gnome nudity. I try to flip by it. Got the chimney, the moles, the living room, the boot room. Well, the cricket is the alarm. I'm going to find it. This is where they teach their kids, twins, honeymoon, foxes. This is where their wedding, courtship and marriage, the birthday, timekeeping, Siberian, house gnome, farm gnome, garden gnome. Talks about the types of gnomes, the lifespan. Well, I'll find it after I quit looking. Anyway, I know that gnomes have a cricket alarm. Hi, Rosemary. What did Janice say? I see a Victorian album, semi-caboodle, becoming a gnome dowry chest. Hi, Rosemary. Rosemary, I am so excited to do that. I haven't signed up for your class yet. I did buy the album, but I haven't signed up. I got to get that done. I am going to sign up for your class. And because I bought that album, it's perfect for a music box album. But I don't think it'll be a gnome one. I'm going to keep it, this one that I'm doing with Rosemary, I'm going to keep it Victorian in nature. It'll depend on what. It'll depend on what Rosemary does in her class. But if I do a gnome, cedar chest or dowry, I might convert a tea box into a music box, because that would be, well, you have to consider children gnome are about 2 inches tall, but adult gnomes are like 1.5 to 2 feet tall. So this might make a nice cedar chest for a young girl, or maybe one that's not quite full grown, maybe one about like that for a cedar chest. An adult gnome that's like a couple feet tall, you might want a little bit bigger box. But I could see converting a tea box into a gnome dowry. And I want to do one of these. This just happens to be my whatnot box that I did when I lived in Wisconsin. But I want to do, and I was going to do that with the travel series, is to make a humpback trunk. And I don't think that'll be hard, because all you need to do is have like a semicircle here and a semicircle here, and put a paper around it to make the humpback. Maybe not a big semicircle. It would probably be more a half of an oval or something. And then have them locked there. And then when you opened it up, of course, this tea box has these on there. When you opened up your lid, you would have, because you have that humpback, you wouldn't have a flat back here. You would have a curved back where you could put a tray or something like that in there. I've been wanting to do that, but I get so excited with everything that goes on. Name the cricket alarm. Yeah, I'm excited. That's one project I'm going to finish, is that book. Did Angie come back? Yeah, no nudity. Well, that book has no nudity in it. It does. It shows them taking a bath, and it shows the ancestors. Oh, Teresa was here. She says, time for medicines and readings. We'll see you all later. I missed her. Bye, Teresa. Holly says, I never thought I'd see a naked gnome, but it's in there. Jimmy. Okay, let's start with Allie K's. Let's see, I'm going to name the, and we're going to let random org pick. Let me number down here. You guys can start throwing out names. Allie K has already said Jimmy, Jasper, Cleo, and Midnight. So Jimmy, Jasper, Cleo, and Midnight. Now keep in mind that gnomes sleep during the day. I usually hear crickets. I don't know if I hear them in the morning. I hear them in the late evening, in the late afternoon, the early evening, sometimes into the night. But crickets, gnomes sleep at night. I mean, sleep during the day and are active at night. They're out at night. That's how come we haven't seen a lot of gnomes in Phibbsville. But our little Ruby Rose, the little rebellious creature, she snuck out. She bribed the cricket alarm with a piece of her cloth, out of her sewing basket, and she bribed him to not sound the alarm because she's staying with her grandma and grandpa for a week or so. And she's sneaking out during the day while they're asleep to go do some plein air sketching, some urban sketching. Although, what did I do that right? 18, 19, 21, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, how did I get 35? Oh, because I'm in this book instead of a composition book. I get more lines. All right. So I think I've read up as far as I can go. Here, squeaks. Squeaks. I like that for a cricket. Squeaks. Good night, Julie. Angie says, Mary, I'm back. Blade. Blade. Lucky, Piper, or Toodles? Lucky. We're going to let Random Org pick. Piper, Toodles, Snickers, Buggy Boo. I like these names. They're so cute. Snickers, Buggy Boo, Buggy Boo. Hi, Suze. Suze is lurking. Allie K said, oops. Hullabaloo. 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 Bugsy. You guys, I would never come up with all these names. Hoppy Rover Spot. Hoppy Rover Spot. They're saying hello to Suze. Calypso, is that how you pronounce that? Calypso. Calypso. Snoozy. Calypso is my dog's name, Holly says. All right, we've got 18 of them. We don't have to have 800 names. Chewy, Chewy, because crickets like to chew on fabric, I'll tell you. You don't want crickets in your trunk of linens. Chewy, Belle, Belle, and Al. Let's do the 25. Let's have four more names and then stop. That's a good list. Jitter and Pester. 2 more names. Jitter and Pester. Oh, Gary, Bob, Wally, Rings. Stop! Rings. This is Bob. Rings. And stop. Let's see. Rings. Did I get Wally? I didn't get Wally. Wally. Pester, Rings. Fiddler. Spike. Janice says, stop! Jinx. One more name. I'll have 30 and then we'll stop. Did I miss any? Jinx. Fiddler. Spike. Jinx. Or maybe Scraps was saying, or Xander was saying Jinx Mina. I like Fiddler, Janet says. Too bad they are not on the roof instead of in the cabinet. It was supposed to be Ringo. All right. Ringo. R-I-N-G-O. I like that. Ringo. Gary, Bob, Wally. I got those. All right, we're going to, oh, did I get Snoozy? Yeah. We're going to stop at 29. That's a good list of names. We don't have to have 800 of them. Let's go to Random Org and let it pick a name for us. Oops, I got out of my... Oops. This was the shoe I was looking at. Here. Okay. So random collection 1, random org. And for some reason, it generates an old list for me. And I go down to the bottom of that. I should clean that up. Save it again. All right, 1 through 29. And it's a sequence number generator, so we'll take the first 3 or 4 names and give it a long list of names. Get sequence. 19. Chewy. Chewy. Chewy was 1. 21 is Owl. Chewy Owl. Chewy Owl. We can call him anything we want. 28 is Spike. Chewy Owl Spike? Oh, come on, Random Org. You can do better than this. I might do another one. Chewy Owl Spike. I like the names. I don't like them together. Let's take the next 2. 10. Snicker. I like that. Chewy Owl Spike, Snicker, and what's the next one? 3. Cleo. Let's generate it again and see if it comes up with a different combination. Again. 21. Oh, that was the same one, wasn't it? Let's go back. Let's get sequence over again. 15. Rover. Rover. 15 and 16. Rover and Spot. That's a dog. Rover, Spot. 9. What do I have there? Tondos? Toodles. Rover, Spot, Toodles. I'm sorry. I like Squeaks and Buggy Boo and Hullabaloo. It's not picking any of those. 23, Gary. Gary, and Random Org is being ornery tonight. He's naming dogs. Chewy Owl Spike and Rover Spot Toodles, Gary. What was the last one? 8. Piper. These sound like dogs, not crickets. I'm sorry, whoever said them. I'm going to do this again until it picks something I like. Get sequence. 11. Buggy Boo. Now you're describing a cricket. Buggy Boo. 23. Buggy Boo Gary. We might call it Buggy Boo Rose any minute now. Buggy Boo Gary. 13 is Bugsy. I like Buggy Boo Bugsy. Bugsy. 1 is Jimmy. And 3 is Cleo. All right. I'm going to name it Buggy Boo Bugsy. Buggy Boo Bugsy. I think that's a good name for a cricket. I might add Squeaks in there or Snicker. Buggy Boo. Buggy Boo. Bugsy. Squeaks. Now I'm picking because these are the ones I like. Squeaks. What did you guys say? Jitter? Did you guys like Jitter? We'll make that his last name, Jitter. Buggy Boo, Bugsy, Squeaks, Jitter. Do we need one more? Calypso. Where does Calypso fit in here? Calypso. I like that one too. Yes, I have preferences. That's a cricket with 5 names. We could call him any name you want. I like Squeaks. Buggy Boo, Bugsy, Calypso, Squeaks, Jitter. but probably just Buggy Boo, Bugsy, Squeaks. Probably just these. So that's the name the cricket. Let's go back to my, oh, am I at 144? Oh, horrible. 144. Please, I want more. Let's go to my live chat. Holly says, all that to end up picking one that she liked the best. That's true. All of that. Well, honestly, Rover Spot, Gary Piper sounds like dog names to me. And Chewy Owl, Spike, Snicker. I like Snicker, but they sound like dogs to me. Buggy Boo sounds like a cricket. Buggy Boo, Bugsy. I like Squeaks too. And Jitter. I like Jitter. It's good to laugh, Allie. Yeah. Allie K says, too much laughing at these name combos. I must be tired. And it's kind of funny how sometimes when I go to random and pick it, they pick things. I like Snoozy. Sometimes they pick the right combination. Like they picked Feltitia Rose. And was it Lilybell? I have to go back. I want to say Lilybell for Paint Girlies, the name of Paint Girlies. I'm not sure I have that one right. Dogs are house alarms, just like the crickets is supposed to be. That's true. That's true, Janice. So Random Org might be more on key than what I am. If they're dogs, if a dog is a house alarm, a dog equal house alarm. House alarm. A cricket equal a gnome's house alarm. Janet's got a very good point there. But I still like Buggy Boo, Bugsy, Squeaky, Jitter, Calypso. I like all of those. All right. Legs would be a good name for a cricket too. Yeah. Legs. We can nickname him Legs. We'll nickname him Legs. I like that nickname. You can call him anything you want to call him when you go visit. Janice says, I like Fiddler. Too bad they're not on the roof instead of in a cabinet. Yeah. Buggy Boo is mine. Woohoo, Holly says. Woohoo. Good night, Sandra. Thanks for coming. Best wishes on the fine liner. Let me know how that turns out. I didn't even ask what she was doing. I guess I'll have to... Does she stream sometime tomorrow? She streams during the week. I lose track of... Are you still here, Sandra? Let us know when you stream if you're still here. Scraps to Beauty. Wednesday. Thank you, Allie K. Wednesday for Zandra. And she probably streams after Dee Dee, sometime after Dee Dee. Wednesday morning, I would think. Scraps to Beauty is her channel name. Scraps to Beauty. Probably by Zandra. All right. So now we have the cricket, and it's 9:10. So my cricket that I used, let me go back here to my page. This is the cricket. But I think I brought him down. Did I put him in my drive? Let me see. I think I put him in my drive. Let's go out to my drive, my Google Drive. I want to do a detail of the cricket because, you know, he's just, even in my book, my journal, And we'll start out doing him. I don't know if I'll finish him because I'm not going to stay on late tonight. Oh, I love my shoes. I'm going to do the cricket in here. Let's see. Faces, architecture, the video hops, addresses. Let's just search for Inktober. I-N-K. Inktober 2/19 and 2020. I must have not got it out there. Well, let's just go to let's go to Unsplash and look up Cricut because I think that's where I got it from. Unsplash. UNSPLA, finger typing, unsplash.com. Come on, go. And let's type in Cricut and see what I get. I thought I saved off that picture. My tablet's slow. CRICKET. Go. I've got iStock ones. Now they're showing a lot of Cricut sport games here. I'm going to type in insect, Cricut insect, because I got a lot of Cricut sports. INSECT. A Cricut insect. There we go. Oh, here's a good one. There's two. The one I used, though, was more of a pinkish color than, and you know what, let's see how much juice I have on this tablet. I got 9%. I better plug it back in. Let me plug it back in. If I'm going to draw from it, I need it juiced up. All right, clear all that. This is on Unsplash. I want to find a good picture of the Cricut. The one I drew didn't look like these. Say thanks. Download. I don't want to download it. That's a pretty dark one. That's the shadow. I want to, ooh, that's a pretty one. Ooh, that's a pretty one. Let's use that one. Let's download this one. Buggy Boo. Bugsy. Did I download it? Download free. I might have to sign in. Download. Say thanks. Give a shout out. I'll come back to give a shout out. This is by Timothy Dykes. That's my shout out. All right. So I downloaded it. Let's get out of that and go to my library, and I load it back to my drive because I don't like using my library downloads because I get all that other stuff down at the bottom when I'm sketching. And I need to rotate this. Let's rotate it. Rotate. Boop. And save that. Please wait. All right. Now, this one. Let's go back one. This one. We're going to share it to my drive. Quick share, smart view. Come on. There it is. Save to drive. And Timothy Dykes. So I'll know this is his because he names it Timothy Dykes. And I'm just going to do done. Oh, do I want it in the dog folder? We're going to put it in the dog. I might have put it in the dog folder. Done. Save. I put everything in the dog folder. That's where I go to look first. All right, we can get out of this. After all that, Mary, it'll be 10 o'clock by the time you get out there. Let's go out here to my drive. And it takes a while. I got a slow. This is an older tablet, but I got it for nothing. All right, I want to go to dogs. Dogs, dogs, dogs. Album, animal reference. That's where I should have put it. Cats, dogs. Where's Timothy? Lala, Lori, Terry, Timothy. Very last one. There he is. There's our cricket. Can I turn it this way and will it flip? Yeah. All right. We're going to, this is, what did we call him? Buggy Boo? I'm going to make sure I got his name right. Hold on. I got Bubby Boo. It's Buggy Boo. B-U-G-G. These are G's. It's Buggy Boo Bugsy. All right. Now, let's get my tablet out here. You guys may not be able to see it. Should I draw it in the... Yeah, let's do that. Let's draw it this way. Let's draw it this way. And let's get my journal out from under here. Oh! This will be day 3, so if I do this tonight, we'll get caught up. So I'm going to start out with my Sharpie pen, my fine point Sharpie. And what do you guys see? Do you see my tablet? Let me see what you see. Let me see what you see. Oh yeah, you see it pretty good. Maybe pull it up just a little. There we go. I'll probably move it around 100 times. So we're going to draw. Let me move all this stuff off or over. I got a pen holder over on this cart. The cart needs to be cleaned off again. All right, let's bring my tablet over here. I don't know if you guys will be able to see it too well, but let me look and see what you guys are seeing. Oh, no, you're not seeing anything. There. That's better. Let's bring this over just a little, and it'll flop down. Put that there. That works. Welcome to everybody who's come in. And this is my screen here. I can come and look at chat. Angie's back. Holly says good night. Thank you for the fun inspiration, Mary. Aw, Holly, thank you for coming. Pink, I thought crickets were black. This one that I looked at was pink. I swear it was pink. Janice says, I see Xandra on Sundays before you also. Really? Okay, I did not know that. Because I'm usually either eating something for supper, like tonight we had Sloppy Joe's, and then I'm getting my stuff together, and today I was cleaning up the rest of the stuff from my cleanup. All right, so let me go back to my photo here. Enlarge that. So we're just going to enlarge the cricket like we did the shoes. Like this drawing over here was really small. And see, this cricket was in a whole different position here. But that's okay. We can make our cricket horizontal here. This is Buggy Boo, and this is really a good picture of a cricket, and it is black and green and gold, and it's really got a lot of detail in it. This is a good picture of a cricket. I'm going to move you guys down there. All right, so, and it's going to be fairly long. It's got the long legs. I have to get composition here. Let's just make a few little marks. For the antenna, coming out this maybe up here, and well, it'll be a little bit short. It'll be there and there. And if you make it his head, let's see, if his head is here, and his body will come this way, maybe a knee there and a leg coming down this way. So I think I can get him on here. So I'm going to start with his head here, and we'll see how this works out. And I'm going to sketchy sketch. I'm not comfortable enough just to do straight lines. So when I sketchy sketch, I just kind of put in marks to where, and so if I need to adjust the composition any, I can. So let's see, his head, and then he's got a big black eye here, a big buggy eye. Of course, I'm Buggy Boo. And his head actually comes out a little bit more like that. And he's got a leg coming here on this photo, and it kind of comes down like this. And I'm just going to put it in real light, and then I'll go back in. So his head comes this way. Now I noticed they've got this, what I call almost a armor shell on the back here, right behind their head, kind of going around where we would think it would be a neck. And it kind of comes around and goes around the body. And then there's a leg that comes down this way. And actually, that's another leg that probably goes on the other side of his, no? Because you see it here. You see that leg in there. So I guess that's part of the front leg, the front of the body. And then it comes down this way, maybe not down so far. And then he's got a kind of a, and if you want to see this cricket, go to unsplash.com and search for Timothy Dykes, TIMOTHY_DYKES. And he doesn't have it called cricket or anything, but if you look for him, you'll probably see that cricket in there. Or just look for cricket insect and scroll down until you see something that looks like this. Because I'm getting this reference photo off of unsplash.com. Okay, then it goes like this and kind of narrow in like this. And then his leg, yep, here's the knee right here where I said it should be. And it comes down. He's got a leg here that comes up this way and goes down that way. And this one kind of, it's kind of gets fatter though. I have to make it fat at the base, and then it goes narrow up here when it goes to his knee. And I got that shoe in the way. I might have to paint that shoe out. We'll see. And he's got a leg that comes this way. And can you guys see my lines that I'm doing? Because I'm just kind of lightly sketching him in. Yeah, you can kind of see it. All right. Up this way. And then right at the joint here It looks like it has an extra bandage around there, probably from all that singing he does. Probably needs a little bit of extra callus in there. Oh dear. Well, see, my shoe is in the way here. I might have to paint that out. All right, so this kind of curves like this and comes, almost hides under there. And then there's another piece that comes out over here, and then the rest of this leg, maybe that doesn't come out so far, comes and kind of meets in there. And he has, and I called these stripes on my little sketch before, but as I look at the detail on this cricket, I can see they're more like scales, but they look like stripes in a way on that other one, but this shows it in much more detail, and it kind of comes down and curves back up, and this leg comes down here like that. We're going to get him all on here like that, except for the photo. Yeah, the photo still has his leg going out here, his leg going there. So he's got one hidden, and then he's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and they get smaller. So 1, maybe I'll make 1 in here. 1, 2, ignore that line, I'll paint that one out. 2, 3, 4, they kind of slant up, and 5 and 6 get smaller. So this is 5, and 6 is smaller yet, and then he starts with a little tail thing here, a little tail kind of coming off like that. So on the underneath, let's see, he's got a leg that comes down this way, and he's got some, I call them bandages. He's got some bands here. But I think when he does all that rubbing his legs together, he needs extra bandage. I would think, you know, because if you took your hands and went like this all the time, I can even feel it getting warm. And I think he would eventually, get hot, create a spark. Now, these on his body have little black square dots, kind of, and it is kind of a light pink. If you could see this, it's really kind of a light pinkish gold color. It's really kind of a light pink, and then the one down here kind of turns a light goldish color. But if you could look at this in detail, it's a real light pink, and that's probably what I saw. And look at his head. Look at that. Isn't that a beautiful insect? I have to say, he's one handsome cricket. He's the perfect choice for Buggy Boo Bugsy. He really is a handsome cricket. So we're just going to put in some little squares in here. It doesn't have to be perfect. Doesn't have to be perfect. It just has to be looking something like Buggy Boo. Buggy Boo, who are you? Buggy Boo, choo, choo, choo. Let me go without sounding an alarm. This is what little Ruby Rose says. I'll bribe you with some linen from my sewing box if you don't sound the alarm. Let me out of here so I can go draw. And this must be in here just part of the scales, I think, because I think they come out over here yet. And this part is kind of dark in here. And it's got a, yeah, it's kind of got those scales coming clear out over in here. Yeah. Out in there. And then his leg comes down. Whoops, what did I do here? This is part of his leg here. It comes up here, yeah, like that. And then there's another little something or other coming out this way. I don't know if that's a leg, an antenna, or exactly what that is, but there's a little brown something or other there. And this is all the under part of him, which is kind of like a dark green. And kind of goes up like so. And then under, let's see, under his leg fits in here. That really, this comes over here. This still is part, I'm kind of missing it in there. And this leg comes here, and then there's part of his body in there and under this leg here. And then there's, it follows the almost, and it kind of slants up again. Sort of like this. And like that. Kind of the bottom part of his armor here. Something like that. Now these have dark areas in here. And I'll go in and kind of a dark black green. Darker up at the top. What time is it? 9:30. Darker up at the top here. And then there's more kind of like black areas in here. Spots. Just black spots. But in between those spots is that light goldish red color. And this isn't totally true to life, but it's getting there. And some little smaller dots going on in here. And this is a leg. And this is a bandage on a leg. And this leg comes this way. And there are spots on his leg. Let's define that leg a little better. And it kind of, the bandage kind of goes like that around his knee. I guess it's a kneecap, really. It looks like a bandage to me. Oh, dearie me. All right. And this wasn't, he has a kneecap here or whatever. There. And this leg looks pinkish red with some black bands down here. And it kind of comes down this way. And I'm not sure where that runs off to there. And he's got something here. It's probably a feeler of sorts. I'm just going to let it hang. And then in here, he's got a leg coming out. And it's got the kneecap here. This is weird because his leg comes out this way. And I think this part under here is part of his, again, his undercarriage in here. And it's dark. And he's got this really dark eye. I want him to look friendly, though. I don't want him to look mean. I don't want him to look mean. He's not a mean cricket. Not if he lets Ruby Rose out to sketch. And he's got his head kind of comes this way. And his head is a light green and gold. And he's got this armor on. His armor kind of comes down like this and goes up. And this is part of his kneecap here. This is all dark. And this is part of a leg. Probably goes in. And then there's part of, and then I think there's another leg here that probably comes on the other side of his body. Right in there. And it's coming down this way. And boy, I'll tell you, it just kind of ends out in a toe, a flat area there, something like that. Something like that. I'm not sure that's totally accurate. And this leg, this is part of, oh, this is part of this leg. All right. I'm sorry. This is part of it, this front leg here. And there's some black areas. I might have to redo that, but there's also a leg hidden behind here on the other side. You don't see it. And then he's got his antenna. He's got crickets have long antenna. That's how you are supposed to know them from grasshoppers, because their antennae are longer. And I'm going to draw it coming clear. This one coming clear out. And this one actually goes up and is a little bit shorter than that other one, but it kind of comes like that. Actually, they're both much longer. I think I'm going to make that one higher and this one just run off the page. Okay, and he's got his head area here. He actually has a little bit more head area here. And a little bit more of a curved area and an armor coming this way. And then there's black lines coming in here. Kind of comes down that way. I won't get him colored tonight, but I think I got a pretty good sketch of him. All right. And then he's got some little lines in there. There's gold and greenish colored. I think I can make that happen. He's got this armor, and his head kind of comes like that. They kind of meet. Something like that. Something like that. And then he's kind of got a band that kind of blackish in there. And blackish up in here. Blackish in there. Going clear off to his body. Okay, this leg is certainly not long enough. Needs to be a little longer. Like that. And then this needs to come out a little bit more. And then this leg kind of comes out in this area here. And there's another circle under there, and it actually has a line this way, and then it has 2 rows of dots, squares, black spots. And I didn't finish putting in all of those. And they kind of just go up his leg They kind of get more faint up in here. And then there's another row of them in here and a real faint row down in here. And these are a little bit more oblong. Now I am drawing with ink, so that's how I'm calling this Inktober. Now, I need this to kind of meet his back though, so I need this to slant down this way a little bit more. So I might need that leg to, his back area to be a little shorter, a little more lean. Let's finish these. They kind of come in like that and up like that. Go in this way, sort of, and up like this, sort of. Very interesting spots on this Cricut. He's really a beautiful insect when you start to study him. All right, so we want to do these areas here. Now this is kind of a goldish color, but underneath of this are these black, almost look like sea waves in here on the scales on the underneath. And there's several of them. They almost look like waves of an ocean. They kind of go like that, sort of. And as you go up in here, they get darker. And let's do this leg here. And the leg behind. The leg behind is just comes down like this and like that. And you kind of see it under the tail area right in here. Let's make it right. And they kind of have, as you look at this, this one shows up pretty good. You can kind of see, I want to call them scales. Oops. Allow photos to access photos. Deny and don't ask again. To continue, give Google access to your photos. Okay, go to settings. I guess I have to allow Google to photos. Battery, storage, memory, app, permissions. Allowed. No permissions allowed. Where do I change it? How come it's not letting me change it? Edit. All permissions. Contacts. Phone. Why do they have to do that while I'm online? To continue, give Google Photos access to your photos. I don't know why they did that. I'm back. I'm trying to do this leg in here, and it's got some black, and it almost meets this leg. Right in there. We'll just leave it there. Now, I've got to turn this way. We're going to do this leg here, and it's going to come all the way down, and Oh, it's really an interesting leg here. Look at that. That really shows it good. I'm not going to get all those on there, but I always wondered how those feet look. That really shows it good. I'm not going to get them all on there. And let's look at this. Look at the little, it's got little spikes on his, he's got little spikes here on his leg. I'll bet he's got them on the other one. And he's got a stripe going down this way. And do those spikes go all the way up? They do. He's got little spikes on his leg. We're going to put them on there. We'll put several on there. And we're going to put some on this one too. Just for the fun of it. And maybe a line going through there. All right. I'm pretty happy with him for a fast, sketchy sketch. I'll probably have to, when I get to coloring him and inking him in, I'll probably have to come back to this photo. Oh, and look, under here, under each one of these black armors, they have a black spot in there. Under each one of those. This is really a beautiful insect. He's really a beautiful, beautiful insect. I think those armors could go up a little more. And let's look at his tail end here. His armor kind of comes up that way, and it slants down and ends. And then he's got this kind of a curved tail here. And this is dark in here. Very cool cricket. Very cool, Buggy Boo. All right, now let's go back and look at this front leg here. Maybe I can get this. His leg kind of comes up, and then there's this must be part of his other leg underneath. And it's got stripes on it here. He's got stripes on it there. And they come down this way and kind of go out that way. And then this other leg kind of gets hidden behind this one. And this one comes out this way. Yeah. And here's his head. And its nose kind of a squared off nose, like, and he's kind of got a triangle or a rectangular area in there, and he's got a black spot in here. And he's got this beautiful eye, but he also has a black area above that eye. And then this top of his head is gold and black in there. And his antenna has these black rings on it. And then it's got a black tip up in here. And then this one is, on this picture, it's all dark. And you can see a little bit of gold up in there. So we'll just make this like that. Ah, he's a beautiful cricket. Let's look at this other leg a little bit more. It's all black in here. I'm doing this. And you can kind of see those round toes or whatever you want to call them in there. And ignore that line. That's a boo-boo line. So he's standing or sitting on a board or a tree. So we're going to do that in there. And in here, well, you know, his leg comes up there, so that has to become a part of it there and there. His leg could come down a little bit more. And we're just going to make it come like this and give it some lines. And I can only go out to his front leg here, which probably has those same beautiful curves that we saw over here that I didn't have enough room for. Beautiful cricket. I have to say, Bugsy Boo is one beautiful, handsome-looking cricket. Of course he is. He's kept by our Phibbsville Gnomes family. So what time is it? Let me go back to chat here. Let me see what you guys are talking about, because while I'm doing that, I go into the zone, you guys. I have to say, I go into a zone when I'm sketching and drawing. I'm not going to color him tonight, and I'll do writing down in here. So he's going to be Bugsy Boo. We'll call him the cricket alarm. Bugsy Boo. Bugsy Boo Bugsy, I guess. Bugsy Boo Bugsy, the cricket. Jitters is his last name, Jitters. He's got a couple of other names in there, but we'll just call him Bugsy Boo Bugsy Jitters. Very fun. Thank you, Leslie. No, Rhonda, that's a cricket. If you look at it, well, the picture says it's a cricket. The picture I sketched from was a cricket. But I could not get his antenna ultra long because I ran out of space here. I'll just make him go off the edge of the page. But reading my research, the difference between crickets, if you want to know the difference between a cricket and a grasshopper, it is that crickets have longer antennas than grasshoppers. That's what I read. This is not a grasshopper. This is a cricket. I think I got a pretty good likeness of him when I get some coloring in there. No, Rhonda, it's not a grasshopper. Oh, dear. Hi, Pink Girly. Angie says, okay, now I'm going to bed. I'm tired. I'll see you all tomorrow. Angie goes to bed about 5 times, and then she comes back to see what's going on, and then she goes back to bed, which is okay. She pops in every now and then. Mina says, oh my gosh, I found a photo of Mary's pinkish cricket. He looks cute. Oh, you found it. Did you just Google cricket insects and find it that way? Because I thought I got it on Unsplash, but I might have just Googled crickets. Apparently, crickets have very long antenna per Google. Grasshoppers have short antenna. See, Mina agrees with me. I could not make these antenna longer because I ran out of space, but we'll just let him run off the edge of the page. He's got long antenna in real life. I couldn't get it all on the page. I'd have to make them smaller, but I want to get all the detail. This was one beautiful picture of a cricket. Who did I say it was? Let me go look at the picture again. If you go on Unsplash and look up Timothy Dykes, D-Y-K-E-S. D-Y is in you. D-Y-K-E-S, Timothy Dykes. You should find this cricket. He is one beautiful cricket. See how long his antennae are? He's beautiful. Yeah, I think he's a cricket. We're going to call him a cricket. He looks very similar to the one that Mina found the picture that I drew the other one from, and he looks very similar and to this one that I did over here. See, and I just drew bands there, but those bands are the armor or the scales on his body here. See, this is very, this is almost color book style here. This is color book style here that I colored. the shoes. But I'm happy with him. I'm going to call him a cricket. Touchscreen laptop, yeah. Rhonda, okay, Mary. We call them grasshoppers. Crickets are black, though. I learn something every day. No, not all crickets are black. We think they're black. Some crickets are black, but there are crickets that are greenish and even pinkish colored. Go Google crickets and you'll see they're not all black. Maybe the ones we see around here are black, but let me just go to Google. Or I use Firefox. And let's start a new page. And let's just search for crickets. I'm going to put in cricket insects because if I just search for cricket, I get the sport cricket. Cricket insect pictures. Do. Premium images on iStock. All right. We're waiting for him to come up. Do. See, look. He's green. He's pinkish colored. He's kind of greenish and black. He's green. He's black and gold. This one, look, see how long his antennae are? I wish I could have made my antenna longer. But he's black and gold. This one's green and gold. Now, see, that one is a greenish colored, but he looks black, probably because of the lighting. Here, look at this one. This one is very light colored, a light brownish gold. Now, this one is black. This one looks like a black cricket. This is what Rhonda's thinking of. But, you know, his legs aren't long. I don't see any big, long black back legs here. That's a different style of cricket. I wonder how he sings. And this is just, I'm not sure what that is. Here's the one this is the one with the Timothy Dykes that I had at Unsplash. I think he's a beautiful cricket. He is a handsome creature. Here's another black one, like what Rhonda's thinking of. So they don't have to all be black. You can almost think of a cricket looking like a grasshopper. Here's another black and gold one here. This one's pretty. This is a black one. Oh, I think we settled that point. Let's go back to chat. I liked how detailed this one was. All right, let's get out of this, get out of my drive, and come back in. Come on. There are really domestic crickets. The house crickets are bred for reptile food. Many escape. Many of them escape. I don't want to be eaten, they're saying. I'm going to escape this place. Look up camel cricket, Janet says. Camel cricket. Let's go look it up. Because Janet, let's look up camel cricket. No, I'm at Unsplash. Let's get out of that. Back. CAMEL. Space. CRICKET. Oops. Back. ICKET. Go. Oh. The orthopteron family. Rhaphidophiteri. of the suborder Insfer, I can't even pronounce those names, has a worldwide distribution. Common names for these insects include the cave crickets, camelback crickets, camel crickets, spider crickets, and sand treaders. Let's go look at it on Wikipedia. I'll get some pictures. Oh, okay. Oh, he's a pretty one too, isn't he? He's pretty. Now he's a very light tannish gold color. He's pretty guy. I never thought I'd like insects, but these, I have to say, these are pretty. Oh, now look at the antenna on this one. Man, that antenna has to be almost twice the length of his body. Maybe even 2.5 times the length of his body, and he's got 2 of them coming out on each side. Wow. Now this is on Wikipedia, these pictures. But look at his head. Look at, there's his eye there, and he's got feet. I guess these are feet. These could be antenna down here. He's got 2 on each side, and then he's got these really long antenna, 2 really long antenna on both sides. That is one beautiful creature. What's this? I don't know what this is here, but he's got a leg here. That must be a part of a leg over on the other side of his body. And he's got a leg coming down here and a back leg there. And oops, I went back. Oops, wait, let me go forward again here. Where is it? There. And his tail end, he's got a tail that, he has a big long tail, almost like a mouse or a rat. And then he's got legs coming. That's a beautiful, these are some beautiful insects, I have to say. I never thought I'd say bugs would be beautiful. Look at that one. Look how long his antenna are, because here's his head, and that antenna goes clear out to there. Head and way down to there. Big long feet on the back. Wow. Beautiful creatures. And this one must be climbing up. This picture's this way. Let's go to another one. Oh, there's a sketch. Somebody sketched him. And there we're back at the front again. Let's go back to chat. Those suckers will jump at you, Janice says, and they can jump 6 feet up, forward. They do mostly like dark, damp places like catch basins and basements. Wow. Mina says, I'll admit, I like the shorter, black, shiny wild crickets best. Rescued one from our church lobby last week. He was going to church. He was chiming along with the organ, Mina. Did you rescue him? She said she rescued him, so she didn't smack him one. Mina says, field crickets are shiny and black. Domestic crickets are lighter. Now, those crickets that I looked at when I just Googled them, a lot of them had green coloring, which would make you think that it was a grasshopper, because grasshoppers generally are green. But now I want to look up grasshoppers and see what color they are. All right, that was a good question, though, Rhonda. That led us into a good cricket trail. So I'm going to quit here because it's 10:05. We did the shoes tonight. We did the list to name our cricket, and we ended up with. I asked Random Org, but I thought Random Org picked all dogs' names. Then Janice pointed out that crickets are house alarms and dogs are house alarms. So that's why Random Org came up with dog names. But you guys came up with the dog names, to tell you the truth. But the way Random Org put them together just didn't click with me. And I think it was on the third try we wound up with Buggy Boo, Bugsy Jitters. And I'll put that down in here. So that will be our gnome household critter, that cricket, that Ruby Rose bribes. Here she is bribing. I might do a detail of this. This is pretty small, but here she is bribing. And the other thing I was going to do tonight, it's too late. I'm going to sign off at 10. Well, it's 10, it's past 10, but I'm going to sign off here pretty soon. I want to do a paper doll of Ruby Rose. And for the Society of Idea Collectors, we're going to do her as a paper doll. We'll leave her hat off. We'll give her hair. Well, we could leave her hair off too. We could just do her head and her little body. We'll just do a little body, and then we'll dress her in different outfits. And we'll dress her up for Halloween. That was Dee Dee's Society of Idea Collector idea for October, was to make a paper doll and dress her up in different costumes. Well, I made the paper doll. Did I put her in my other journal? Well, I put her in my Society of Idea Collector book. I made the paper doll, but, and that was actually, well, I got paper doll, then designed costumes for her. So, I wasn't thinking the whole month of October, but I did a larger paper doll, a human paper doll, and then I dressed her up as my mother. But now I'm thinking we should do a paper doll of Ruby Rose and dress her up for different costumes, just for fun. We might put her in pants sometime, maybe a safari outfit. Maybe she's going to go on safari because there's a lot of animals. She can't go very far though. Safar, F-A-R. Maybe we'll make her an artist and give her an artist apron and paint and a palette and all of that. Although gnomes don't really paint. Let's see. I'm going to make this one, I think, well, I can't decide what I want to make my thumbnail, whether I want the cricket or I guess I'll do this one because it's real colorful. My shoes. I might work my cricket on the side here. It depends on how it fits on my... I'm going to get out, I got a spice rack where I keep my inks. And I'm going to get that out and put it on my desk for Inktober because these are going to fall off if I'm not careful. All right. Well, tomorrow's Monday. Tomorrow is Monday, and Dee Dee Willingham comes on at 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central. And let's tip my camera well, let's leave it right there, Mary. And Janet Nash comes on at 9 Eastern. And let's see, what else? Janet Young comes on after Dee Dee and around 11 or 12, probably around 12 or 1 o'clock. I lose track of when she comes on because usually after I watch Janet Nash, I usually go take a nap. And I'll be back Tuesday morning at 4:30. And we'll probably do some more Inktober. I do need to work on some other things. So maybe I'll sit here. No, I can't. Tomorrow afternoon, I stitch with that's what I do on Monday afternoons. I stitch with my St. Louis friends. I'm working on a Christmas redwork houses. I'll have to show that to you. I kind of like that shoe going over there now as I'm looking in my tablet. That's really not too bad. Looks like the shoe is kicking the cricket. All right, everybody. Have a really good week next week. Thanks for popping in and hanging out with me. I really do appreciate it. Bye.